I am here, everyone. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Yes, I am playing Sekiro. Yes. Welcome in. Welcome in, Chaos. Welcome in, Mummy. Welcome in, Crimson. Welcome in, John. Cantators. Welcome. What is going on, chat? Time to die? Shen, Mummy, hello there. Well, damn, look at that Sekiro. Became a big thing. Everyone's ready. God damn. John at Cantators. Yep, two separate people. We are here for your suffering. Oh God, please. Okay. Ready, guys? Ready for my Sekiro gameplay, guys? Ready? Oh my God! Look! I'm gonna play Sekiro right now. Oh wow! Look at that! I'm so good at this. Wow, guys, that's amazing. Wow! Look at that! I'm so good at fighting. Isn't that amazing? So cracked, right? Good. I'm so good. Look at that! I'm such a crack gamer. Oh my God, guys! Look at that! Oh damn! Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this bit. All right. Have you played Souls-like game before? I have not, but I have seen a lot of gameplays though. I will say. I will report for copyright. Alright. Also, I forgot to add a death counter, so we're gonna manually do this. Manually. What is this? Death counter. Death 0. Oh. 0. There you go. That's 0. Is it better over here? Should I put it over here? No, I'm gonna put it over here. That's 0. Alright. Top center? Okay. Alright. I'm so excited for this. Alright. How are you? I'm doing good. Okay. I had like a collab this morning with like my overseas friend, my EU friends. My friends were like Europe, alright? So I had to wake up at like 6 a.m. But then, I overslept. The collab was at 6 a.m, but I overslept. Alright, I woke up at like 6:50. I was an hour late. But it was okay, it was fine. And then I played some TFT with my friends, and then I did some drawings, and then I ate food, and then here I am. Yep. How is everyone? You nervous? I am a little bit nervous, but you know what? I've been a little bit excited though. I'm not even kidding. A little bit excited. I've been dreaming about this. I'm not even joking. I'm a little excited. I feel like I might love it, which scares me a little bit. Alright. Just remember, a lot of the combat and parry is timing based. Okay. New game. Standard camera speed. Also, is the volume good? Like, is the music too loud? Please let me know. Okay, I'm gonna keep everything default. Before stream, I turned off motion blur a little bit, turned the graphics low a little bit so my game won't crash. But yeah, oh, I'm too low. Is this better? You got. She don't got this. What do you mean? I totally got this. Also, I'm using controller. Okay, I'm using controller. Cause I heard controller is a lot better with movement, with like these kind of games. So. Yes, sir. Louder, I want to hear the rage and the button pressing. Oh my god. I'm a little excited, guys. I have my energy drink with me, and I'm like, I'm pumped, okay? I'm pumped. Is that me? Is that who I play? Watch it get 157 dead? No, guys. I'm only gonna die 69 times. We're here for Shen's first Souls like. Yeah, my very first one. And it's fucking Sekiro. I hate all of you. Hey cutie. Oh, is that an pt1 I see? Welcome. I'm kidding, 20 deaths? Alright. You guys gotta help me keep counts, okay? So far, I died 0 times. Can you do predictions? I think I can't. I think mods can do it. You're the kid? I'm the kid? Wait, is that me? Am I grown? Wait, I'm kind of cute. I got another ace in Valorant? Nice, but... Oh, in Deathmatch? Oh, come on. Wait, how old am I in this game? Wolf? My name is Wolf? Oh! I'll set it up for bosses? Alright, okay. No shit. Oh my god, Shinobi in Sekiro? Oh my god! Oh my god, that's how we help. Ow! Your persona is leaking? I mean, I am a goat. And the Shinobi known as Wolf! Oh my god, is this story about me? My goodness. Why is your voice so clean actually? Because I'm a professional, alright? She practiced it. You know what? I do. In the mirror, I do. What mic you got? I have a Rode pod mic. It's supposed to be for like podcast. You know, cause it's dynamic, but you know, it's a good streaming mic also. You know, and it's cheap for its price. It's pretty good. You know. Is this one of those games where you have to learn dodge parry timing? Yes. Yes, Havoc, yes. So thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Wait, I have white hair. Well, it was good knowing you. Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh. Okay. Nice. Well, it's a lot more sensitive than I'm used to. I think it's because I've been playing too much like Resident Evil games. And they move so goddamn slow. You're old? You calling me old? Jesus. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay. Oh, welcome, man. Nobody. Welcome, welcome. It reflects real life. Okay, X to pick up item. Oh wait, what's this? Ornamental letter. Okay. Okay. A jump. Did it? Okay. No, I did not even read the letter. Should I? Can I still read it? Can I still read it? Should I read it? Okay. Inventory. Over here. How do I look at it? The Lord? How fucking dare you? It's on the right. What do you... Can I not read it? Oh, is that it? That little part? A letter thrown into a well. Curls a wolf. Your destiny awaits you at the Moonview Tower. Escape from the well and find the tower bathed in moonlight. Even without a blade, you can reach it. Stay silent. Stay vigilant. Okay. Silent and vigilant. So sneaky. We go stealth mode. Wait, how do I... Oh, okay. No, where do I go? Wait, why is my health so low? Is that my health? On the bottom left? Can I go here? Okay. X, toggle wall, hug. Stop hugging wall? If I stop hugging, will I fall? Towards the edge while I run. What? I didn't even finish reading that. Stealth. Advance without being seen by crouching in bushes or moving on the floors. You do not have a sword at the moment. Use stealth to avoid enemies and head to the Moonview Tower. If you are about to be seen, warning markers appear above enemy's head. Okay.
特に稼などしておりませんが、構わぬのでしょうか。大事ない。刀もなく、気力すらない。
Should wait for him to leave.
奴はもうただのふぬけよ。
Oh. Skill should level up. Oh wait, I can level up. No, that reminds me. I played this one game called The Chant. Turns out I could have like upgraded my skills, but I finished the whole game without upgrading anything, and I got an achievement for my body being the highest skill set. Oh my god! Saw me? Where did I go? No! Oh! Oh god, I died! Okay. Shimmy. X climb. Okay. How do I... Oh, here. Here? Here? Wait, where do I go? Where do I go? Am I stuck? Oh. Wait, where did I go? Am I supposed to go down? No, right? Am I... Okay. I go here. Where did I go? I go here. Okay. Got it. No, I got it, guys. I got it. I'm a crack gamer, okay? I'm a crack gamer. Oh, am I not supposed to go there? The map? Wait, I have a map? I don't know if I have a map. Do I have a map? Go no map? Look around more, damn. Okay. Okay, no map, news instincts. Okay. Oh. She also have white hair. Is that my sister?
久しいな、狼よ。
お迎えに参上いたしました。我が主。
My lord?
む。
Oh, it's a boy?
表を上げよ。
Ah, it's a boy. Okay. Wait, a katana?
そなたの刀だ。
Wait! Okay. I have a katana now.
我が忍びよ。
That's a child man? Okay. My shinobi.
主従の約定に従
Not just any katana?
い。命を落と
It's
し、
Kusabimaru?
我に使えよ。
Kusabimaru.
御意。
So I served this little kid. Kusabimaru. A katana given by Kuro. The divine heir and heirloom of the Hirata family, a cadet branch descended from Ashina. Once thought lost, it has found its way back to the hands of the wolves. The name Kusabimaru beseeches a shinobi's role is to kill, but even a shinobi must not forget mercy. A mantra, the blade itself may manifest. Oh my god, so cool. No more kicking, baby! What do you mean, no more kicking, baby? Oh.
狼よ。傷を負っておるようだな。そうだ。
Okay.
そなたにこれを託そう。薬水のひょうたんだ。これで傷を癒してくれ。
Can she punch the baby? You get no more kicking. It's not a baby though, it's a
そ
kid.
なたの体。その後、
He's cool. He has aura, okay? He has aura.
あの世のこと覚えておらぬのか。
What happened that night? What happened that night?
いや、司祭は後にしよう。
Chuchumaru?
今は
Chuchumaru?
このアシナの城を脱さねばならぬ。
Ashina Castle.
堀沿いに進んだ橋の下に場外への抜け穴がある。一心様よりそう聞いたことがある。
Lord Ishin.
まずはその橋下の抜け穴を見つけてきてほしい。見つけたらそうだな。足の歯笛で合図をくれるか。ほら昔聞かせて
Read
くれたであろ
whistle?
う。こうピーッとな。その音を頼りにそなたのもとへ行こう。
Okay. News quick items. You can cycle through various quick items and news each according to the situation. For instance, if you have taken damage, you can recover Okay, so... Okay. Got it, okay. How do I equip it? Do I not have it? Oh, healing gourd. News healing gourd? No, I don't want it. Should I news it? I have like literally red health right now. What's the homeward idol? A small palm-sized wooden Buddha can be noosed repeatedly. Held by the wolf ever since he was saved by his father, its corners are rounded with noose. This Buddha is needs to return home. It will return the nooser to the last visited sculptor's idol or the... Oh, wait, is this to save? To save? Like my... To save my game? Let the prediction begin. Shed dice and... You think I'm gonna die in the tutorial? God, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Snake. Let me look around. Oh! Pellet? Medicinal pellets that slowly restore Okay. A secret to me. Battle charm? What does this do? Like, it gives me, like, boost? Anything else? open. Oh,
狼よ
open.
無理はするなどうか傷を癒してくれ
Use it and find out. It gets you back to the checkpoint you last checked. Okay. Oh, so it just teleports me to a safe zone. Okay. Oh, previous save. Okay. Pellet is healed over time if I remember right. Ah, okay. What do you mean, shush? I want the advice, okay? You know, backseating is good here. Backseating is good. Posture and death blows. A shinobi aims to break an opponent's posture. Attacking an enemy is one way to achieve this. When an enemy's posture breaks, he is vulnerable to a shinobi death blow. Okay. Or attack of the breaking posture. Okay. Okay. Toggle. Can I sneak attack him? Is that possible? Nobody's betting, no? I have haters, okay? I have haters. You guys are all haters. Okay. Please, oh my god! How do I dodge? Okay, how do I... How do I put this as my quick... My quick items thingy? That is the core of this game, so good luck. Okay. I put 1K on not, what do you mean? Oh, on the thingy? Okay. Alright, alright. Go back. Go back. Quick items. Wait, dude, don't die. I won't die. I swear to God, I won't die. I won't die. Wait, how do I equip it? Oh, okay, I'm done. I got this. Okay. I got it. Okay. Okay, I'm getting this game. Oh, does this block? Ah, okay. Come here, you MF. MF, come here. Sometimes violence attack are not enough to break an enemy posture. Deflecting enemy's attack is another way to damage. Okay, got it. Come here. Easy! Come on, guys. Come on. You think I'm a noob gamer? By locking on your target and keeping your enemies in front of you, you find it much easier to attack, deflect, and perform other combat action. Lock on, release target, while lock on, change target. Okay. Alright. Okay. Come here. I fight you first. Come on. You deserve a medal? Damn right I do! Sheesh! Is there anything I can loot here? Oh, bro. Ah! Don't hit me! I need a healing gourd. Can I go in here? No. Not gonna lie, guys. I can feel the addiction. Not gonna lie. Oh, come here. Fight me over here. wanna fight me? Come at me, one of you guys! Oh, they don't drop loot. It's kind of lame. Could get a taste? Yeah, get a taste if your bone, my bone marrow. My goodness. Give it an hour. Hey, I'm playing it safe, okay? Oh, this guy harder to kill. The moment attack lands, deflect. After deflecting, counter slash. Okay. Ah! Oh! Ah! Okay. Okay. You know, I keep turning around. You know, it's fine. Ah, this style over from here? Are you kidding me? Okay, okay. That one. Where is it? Where's my death? That one. That one. Oh god. It's okay, it's fine. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Oh my god. Also, welcome, man! Riz! You changed your name? Schizophrenic Boots? Oh my god. Thank you for the head pass. Oh. Come on, come on. Oh. Ah, okay. I think I got this. Come at me. Come on. Okay. Easy. I'm gonna kill this guy over here first. Oh my god, why did I keep turning around? Okay. Lady, that's a... Shenhao? Lady, that's the finisher? What do you mean the finisher? Oh, yeah. I realized that. I realized that once I see like a red dots, I need to hit them. See, easy. Easy. Healing gourd. And now this guy. He's scary. I'm not even kidding. He's scary. Ah! Oh god! He's scary. He is scary. He is scary. Run. Come over here. Bigger battlefield. Come over here. Come over here. Ooh, direct, loser. Oh my god. Death blow against strong enemies. Some powerful opponents require multiple death blows to be killed. The number of death blows required to kill an enemy is shown by the red circular markers above the... Okay, above the markers? Ah, okay. Oh god, that's like so hard to see. Okay, come over here. Come on. Ah! Okay, okay. That's two. Oh god. This is kind of fun, guys. Now I understand why people play this. Why people stream it. The fire demon. Ah, the fire demon. Okay. Okay. It's like watching a baby take his first step. Okay? It's easy! Easy! Once I get the hang of it, I'll be cracked, guy. Oh, that was bad. Oh wait! What? I could go under here? Oh wait, this is where I was! Wait, this is where I came from! Wait, I just noticed. I just realized. Oh my god. Okay. I just realized. I just realized that, guys. Oh my god. I didn't even know. Okay. Come here. Come here.
You're so dumb.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay. Come here. Okay. Oh my god, no sense of directions. I don't. I'm like directionally challenged. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Get up! Get up, brother! Okay. Ah! Oh my god! I don't know why I turned around. Ah! Ah! Stop turning around! Oh my god! It's so hard because I can't back up. What? Okay, guys. How do I dodge? Do I just gotta like parry? I can't dodge at all? Like I can't roll away or anything? Come back to 3 minutes ago? Oh my god, okay. Right button? Right button. It's right button? Oh, so, oh yeah, that's right. 3 deaths. 3. Your run button. My run button. Isn't that target though? Like toggle? Oh fuck. See slow? I'll turn it down to Okay, okay. Keep in mind this is the tutorial area. Okay, guys. It's okay. This is just a warm up. You know, I'm learning the game. Want that every 10 minutes? Wow, wow. You think so highly of me. Oh. see, this is exactly my plan. I'm an alcoholic. I just want to take a shot. Take a shot for every death. Wow, I can't wait to die every like 5 minutes. Oh. Come here, come here. Ah! I was unprepared for that. Okay, you know what? I just gotta shut up. Come in. Okay. Take a shot then? Not the tutorial taking an hour? Okay. It's okay. It's okay. This is all good. All good. Okay. Oh, okay. Am I gonna die? Get up! Ah! Okay. Oh my god. Not the health? Okay. Tap and hold to see the difference in battle. Tap and hold. Tap and hold. Tap and hold. Tap and hold. Okay. Oh my god! Can I restart? God. Wait, I was not ready for this. Hold on, I was not ready for this. Okay. I was not ready for this. Okay. How many was that? 5? Okay. You think you can restart in life and death? Yeah, it's called reincarnation. Okay. Okay. Come in, buddy. Come on. Oh shit! Right. I fell down, guys. I fucking fell down. I fell down. Come in! Come on! I know you want to. Okay. I can't get on my sword! It's blocking my way! Should I move? Get up! Wolf, get up! Okay. Oh. Wait. Kill him! Oh, okay. I misclicked. That was a misclick! That was a misclick! That was a misclick! What the hell? He never done that before! He has never done that before! What the hell? He just hit me with 3? Okay. You know that falling off the cliff threw me off, okay? It threw me off. It threw me off, okay? Easier. Yeah, it's very easy. Let your guard down, never trust your opponents. Okay. You know, I just gotta zip. Okay, guys, this is a very serious gameplay. I'm not playing no more. I'm not joking. is what I mean. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. What the hell? He hit me 4 times? He has never done that before. He didn't do that last time, did he? Don't worry, Shat, I'll give you motivation. Pass the drone surgeon, walk fast. Yes, sir, yes, sir! Oh. Come on. Come on. You see me, right? Come on. Come here. Ah. Okay. Pog Shen? Very pog. Very pog. Just remember crack gamer here? I am a crack gamer. I am a crack gamer. Very crack. Wait, how much does my little healing gourd heals? Is it full health? No, is it only half? Her new pet name is Crack. A small amount. A small amount. Okay. Okay, come here, leader. Oh. Ouch. Ouch! Get up! Get up, wolf! Get up! Uh-huh. Come on. This is like playing Dragon's Dogma. Basically. Pellet? Medicinal pellets? Okay, I already know what that is. Oh, does it auto pick up? Nice job, Shen. I'm telling you guys, if I actually focus, okay? If I actually focus, I'm a crack gamer, okay? But you know, it's all for content. It's all for content. What is this? A fistful of ash. A fistful of ash. Who is Ash and who am I fisting? Not to brag, but I killed him in 3 tries. Alright, Riz. Good for you. Oh, Shen, why? Ash grip into a hardened clump. Throw it at an enemy and temporarily distract them. Oh, so it's basically throwing a rock. Okay. How do I do that though? Can I quick item it? It's over here. Am I supposed to go here? So there's no map. Oh wait, can I go here? Don't fall. Okay. Wall jump, ledge hang. An air near wall, an air near ledge. Okay. Oh wait, I can't. Oh, do I fall? Fistful of ash? It's basically pocket sand. Aha, I see. Not too bad, but there was no death on my try. Alright, buddy. Alright. Good for you! So proud of you. Wait, I don't think I'm supposed to go here. Here? Is that Mario? What the hell? Imagine a mod when you lose it, you throw Ash Ketchum at the. Oh god. Ash Ketchum. Or Ashley. Oh, it's Becked? This appeared to be an escape route. Call it divine here with the reed whistle. Well, let me look around first. Oh wait, look at the statue. This is where I came from. What if I drop down? Why do I feel like this whole thing right here is like a battlefield? Oh wait, I could have gone over here instead. Is that real? No? It could be? It feels like it. Because there's no other way to get up here except for this way. That means that when we leave, we have to drop down, we get trapped, and then the only way out is to go up there. Go see? Oh god. The word defenestration is quite the action of throwing someone out the window. One question, who the fuck made up? I don't know. Shen's about to get put down? Oh, like a dog? Oh, my lord. Why don't you have shoes? I'm gonna do is a pipe bomb. Like the wolf you are? Oh god. My name is Wolf. It is Wolf. Is he gonna follow me? So you gotta beat the game this your stream? Oh, you want me to beat the game this stream? I cannot do that. That is impossible, okay? That is impossible. Definitely would have got a splinter or something in that, right? He looks so fragile too. Are you gonna follow me? He is following me. Can he die? Can he die? Like, is he like Ashley in Resident Evil? Oh god! Why do I feel like I seen this before? Oh god. Now it's possible to get good noob? It's not when you are cracked? Aren't you cracked? I am cracked! Oh my god! Get ready to... Okay, rested. Yeah, I've seen this before! I've actually seen this before! Erase that memory. Okay, okay.
すまぬ。
Shit, you did not beat this game. I'm praying that you get. Okay, that's rude. Rude. Should beat him first try and I'll sub. I don't think I'm gonna beat him first try. We will see. We will see.
邪魔立てする巫女の忍び
Okay. Come on. Woo! Okay. Oh! Oh! Okay, buddy. Okay. Oh! No! Okay. The fuck happened to my arm? That's how I die? That's how I die? He get an awesome animation?
忍びとてこの程度か巫女はもらっていくぞ
Oh wow, he's kind of cool. And he carries a giant bow? Wait, is this supposed to happen? Or is this happening because I died? It's supposed to happen, right? Oh my god, look at those dogs. Yeah, either way. Ah. Okay. Wait, so am I just a one-arm man? Wait! I have a mechanic arm? No? Oh my god. Wait, so I'm basically Fullmetal Alchemist Lan Fan, right? Basically. Like a shinobi, like a ninja with a fucking robotic arm. Oh my god! Okay. Okay, okay. What the? Yeah, handicap now, great news, you got a free part. Damn, all of you got out of this free parking spot with an arm. Shinobi prosthetic. The artificial armor of a shinobi, passed down by the sculptor. Passed down so other people used it before. A replica of an arm fitted with a variety of mechanism, apparently designed with a modification in mind. While it bears a no-berry cuss and is stained thick with blood and oil. Oh, isn't that unhygienic? It has been impeccably maintained. Okay. Bro, his feet is huge. Can I talk to you? Watashi wa wolf. Watashi wa wolf this. No, mom. You're millennia now? Oh, he carved all of these? That's insane. Wait, he looks tall as fuck. Look at his build compared to mine. Why do I feel like when he stand up, I'm small as heck? Watashi wa wolf. If you're wolf, then the final boss is God, so... Ashina Castle. This is my POV, bro. He decided to devote his life to Buddha, so yes, he carved all of them. Hmm.
この左腕、俺に何をした？
そいつは忍び義手。
忍び義手。
おあつらえ向きの牙じゃろうて。仏を掘るには無用でな。お前さんにくれてやる。
忍び義手。
そいつはただ失った腕を補うもんじゃ。
There's butterflies?
任務を見つけたらわしのところに持ってくるがいい。
任務だと。
Shinobi tools.
そうか。このからくり。
察しがいいな。任務を持ってきたら忍び義手に仕込んでやる。そうすりゃその義手のありがたみがわかるじゃろうさ。
Okay, so I could basically upgrade my arm, right? Is that what he's saying? So yes? Okay. Shinobi is now a shinobi. I mean, it's in the name. This is your game, it was made for you? Exactly, right? Damn, no wonder everybody wants me to play. Shinobi with 2 eyes. Underscore. Thank you for the blurb. She still has not played a Naruto game? And will be a shinobi then?
お前さんもそうじゃが、この荒れ寺にはおかしな客がまあまあ訪れる。寺を出て右手の広場にもそうした者が一人おる。妙なことになっておる者同士。
Okay.
が合うかもしれんな。
Oh. Touch remnant. Wait, what is this? View remnant? Huh? Wait, what is this? Are other people? Oh! The other people. Oh. Ah. Okay.
その優しい顔の仏様はわしの彫ったもんじゃねえ。誠の武士が
I'm getting. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
己の内にあるものと向
Guys, I watched the first 2 episodes of the new Devil May Cry show. I have a question. Do I ask my barber? I want the Dante haircut. Is that saying I want a Dante haircut? Oh, how do I ask? Just say.
しみ、あ
I
るい
mean,
は
I don't,
古い
I don't know.
そういった類のもの
Alright. Anything else here? No? 私は Oh, look at the guy running over there. Oh! Pick up item. A light coin purse. Can I get a heavy coin purse? Anything else here? John Wick, but white. Oh my goodness. How was everyone's day? My day was good. Do you want to know a secret, Mr. Precision? Oh, sure. Remnant. Shinobi can leave behind shadows of their past action known as remnants. Remnant are left to discipline one's peers. Some are masters of the way ahead, others provoke sorting rivalries. Okay. Pellet. Remnant. And this is to save, right? I save here. As a checkpoint can be found throughout Ashina. Okay. Grappling hook. I have a grappling hook now? Or do you want to learn about it the hard way? I mean, I don't mind either. I'll take whatever backcity I can. I went biking the other day and I almost ran over a pure lizard who, I kid you not, were meeting in the middle of the street. What? Oh my god! It's okay. The other day, yesterday, I literally watched like a video of 3 snakes having a threesome. It was insane. Bro's literally learning the game. Yes, you're Batman, Asian Batman, Asian goat Batman. Okay. L grappling hook. L grappling hook. It's a broken bridge. How do I grappling hook? How do I use it? What? Oh, I was pressing the wrong L. What? Where do I go from here? Oh. Can I even climb up here? Oh. Literally, I'm clicking X! What? I'm literally clicking X. I know I'm not tripping. I click X! Ledge Hank, I'm literally clicking X. What? You get hit when the prompt shows up? I am I not? Oh, I had to wait a second. Am I okay, I think I'm pressing it too early. What the heck? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Tree. I'll save here. Sculptor's idol. And I could fast travel, right? You cannot instantly travel between Sculptor's idol that have already been communed with. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. Oh. Ungol's sugar? Sugar candy made in the simple temple. Sustain. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Ungol's blessing. Temporarily reduces vitality damage taken from physical attack. Bite the candy and take the Ungo stance to a part in human. Huh? So it reduces damage. Okay. Oh, I see a man there. Oh, I see another man there. Am I able to use bow and arrow? Or am I just like katana freak? Wait, what happened to the guy? Where did he go? Am I able to sneak attack? No? Oh, there. Enemies drop loot such as items and money. Multiple enemies can be looted at once and from distance away. Items found in the world are different than loot. Acquire loot. Press and hold. Press and hold. Acquire loot. Press X near world item. Pick up item. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. No, no, no. You do not see me. Is there another guy here? 1 hour 10 minutes in, 6 deaths. You're doing great, Shen, but not good enough. Thank you, thank you. That means a lot, actually. Can I reach that? Okay, there's a guy there. Oh! No! Oh, they saw me! They saw me. You know what? I'm just gonna fight you. Come here. Come here. Ah! Loser. Oh! Ceramic shard. A piece of pottery that breaks with a satisfying crack when thrown. Okay. Oh, can I not pick it up? Oh, wait. Can I not pick it up? It's on the ground. I can't pick it up. Also, thank you for the redeem. Thank you. You already pick it up? Then what is that bag on the ground? You guys see that too, right? Is it just there? Yes? Okay. Okay, so it's just a game. Okay. There's a guy there. It's the cosmetic stays? Okay. I get it. Oh. Can I go on the roof? How do I throw things? A fistful of ash? Wait, how do I throw ash? Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to throw it there. Oh, can I not throw it far? Shen is having schizophrenic moments. I'm very schizophrenic. Okay. Go around like a true shinobi. I kind of want to fight them. Wait, what happened to the other dude? Oh, he's right there. Bro, I'm blind. Fight them, show them your skills? Or was that pointing at the leaf on the ground? He doesn't know. Oh shit. I'm surprised you didn't hear that. I just made like a loud ass sound behind him. Oh, go up. Pellet. Okay, touch. Oh, there's a dude right there. Can I sneak kill him too? Every now and then I get a little bit tired. So fun, guys. Okay, sugar. Okay. Is that a dog? Are you gonna hurt me, dog? Psst, psst. Oh no, 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 he's gonna kill me, huh? No, 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 I see it. I see the target icon. Should I stop thinking you attract enemies? No. Items in bags, so you have to click X to grab. Loot for enemies, you hold X to loot. Yeah, I know, I know. What the dog doing? To him? No, 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 he's gonna attack me! I saw the enemy icon on him. I saw it. He's gonna hurt me. I don't want to kill a dog, guys. Fight it. That's so sad. Okay, I think I had to kill it. Where is it? I'm sorry, dog! Oh my god, there's multiple dogs! Gonna pet that dog! Nothing? They don't drop anything? Anything here? No? Gonna pet that dog. Ceramic shard. Murder! Murder! Dogs don't drop anything, Sally? Oh. Okay. We resort to cannibalism? No, 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 no. We don't eat people here. I'm sorry! They made me do this! I blame chat! Oh god. Is another one? Oh. Come here. Come here. Come here. You wanna fight me? Oh. Oh. Did you guys respawn or something? Wait, wait, wait. Oh my god. Wait, if I rest, it respawn? They respawn? What? Nobody told me that! They do? Okay, rest resets everything. Okay. When knocked down, safety roll. Okay. Resurrect. Okay. That's 7. That's 7. That's 7. Gotcha, guys. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna ignore them. I didn't know they respawned. Are you alive? Shuriken wheel? Mechanical device made by the mechanical genius Dojin. Can be fit into the shinobi prosthetic to become a working prosthetic. Ah, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. To the sculptor via travel to a sculptor idol or by using the homeward idol. Gotcha. Okay. Turn around. I need to look first. Scout my area. Go up here. There's a chicken. Is it gonna hurt me? Oh, yes it is. Yes it is. Yes it is! Stop! Yeah, who's chicken now, huh? Oh my goodness. Hold on guys, BRB! Okay, I am back. I am good. Shen 6 death. It's 7 now. It's 7 now. It wasn't a 4 death? Oh! Okay, you know, I'm gonna just leave it. For whenever I die, so I know how to do it next time. Okay, there's a dude there. Oh, he's 2. He's gonna be harder to kill then. And then jump off. The revive is a mechanic of the game. Okay. I'm a little scared. Okay. You know what? Oh, I don't have any more gourd. Okay, we ball. Come at me. Some enemies are unguardable. Perilous attacks. Significant is a danger symbol. When occurred, watch carefully and look perform specific response. Thrust, lance, deflect, A before sweep, lance, jump for grabs. For sweep. Jump or sprint out of their range, or B, step dodge. Okay, B, okay. Come on. Ah, okay. Oh, what is that? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. Perilous. Got it. Oh, welcome to UA. Welcome. How are you? How's your day? Want the secret, Shen? Sure, do tell.
Near the basement?
Oh wait, I grabbed this already, right? Should I go back up here? Should I kill the rooster? I didn't really get anything out of it though. Okay. We go. We ball. Oh! Ah, okay. Oh! He chokeslammed me! Oh, father. Oh my god. Wait, why is it doing two flips? Oh, 2 clips? Did you guys do it twice? Hulk smash! Exactly, Hulk smashed. Oh god, 8? This is fun. It goes by so fast. Some mini and regular bosses can restore their stance. Ah, okay. Oh. Got it. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, remnants. Come here, father! Come on. Okay. Oh fuck, okay. I jump forward. No, don't die! Woof! He hit me on the ground! He hit me on the ground. I got it! I got it! It's okay. It was a misinput! Misinput! Oh! No, I keep forgetting I could do that. Oh! 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 Oh my god! We just watching her suffer. God, God. This is fun. This is fun. It's 9. It's 9. I resurrect. Remember? Okay. I've been thinking about playing this game too. You should. You should. You should play it. Okay, okay. It was for content, okay? It was for content. Okay, 6 times in the okay, it was for content. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm gonna zip my mouth, okay? Focus. I'm locking in. No more joking. No more joking. Oh! Oh! He's that for me. Ah! He's kicking me! Oh! 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 That was so close! Hey! It was practice, okay? Oh. Ah! Ow! Fuck! I got stuck there. Okay! That was good! That was good run! Good run, good run. Wait! This is different! Wait, why am I back here?
たようじゃな。
Is this supposed to happen?
いいんだよ
Is it because I died too
な。
much?
なかなかに死にきれんよ。
Yes? Oh my god! Raw to essence. Somewhere a pain cough rings out continuously. The man who calls zealously scope tattoos of Buddha to avoid being consumed by the... Okay. Only this item reduces one chances of receiving unseen aid. Okay. Every time I take a shot, I'll shout a slur. What the heck? The more you die, the more you affect the lives of other people. Oh, good. El hijo de puta madre. Puta madre. No, you. That man's trying to help you. Okay. Got it. The more one with the power of the dragon's heritage dies, the more sickness. Okay. The more I die, the more people get hurt. Good. Can I TP over there? Important places? Alone? Give him his arm back, bitch. I got it. It's easy, guys. Okay. I have 1 healing gourd, 0 pellets. 0 pellets. That means I can heal, no? Oh, wait. There's an item here. What's this? Pellets? Okay. Give me items. Wait, does the item restore also? Like if I go like kill, you know, mobs. Does the... Oh my god! This fucking rooster kicking my ass! Holy shit! Oh god! What, gold? Yes? Oh, only gold? Okay. Such remnants. Only gold? Oh, that kind of sucks. Okay, is it worth fighting this guy? Is it worth fighting? Do I have to fight him? I have to, right? Not the standing loot around areas? You have to fight him? Oh god, okay. I have to fight him. Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, my bad. I was not ready. Hold on. Need some distance here. Oh god. Hold on. I was not ready. Hold on. Okay. Oh! Hit me on the side. Okay. You said you are side. Should please go look for your dodge button in settings? What is my dodge button? What is it? Yeah, I'm pressing B, is it not B? I'm step dodging. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm tapping B to step dodge. Was I not doing that? I'm so confused. Why is your game was broken? I was not. I have no. What? I don't know. I have no idea. Have I been doing it? Have I not been doing it? Yes, I am tapping the stick. Oh. When you click it while standing still, you should dodge backwards. Oh my god, this rooster follow me here? Where am I? No, I'm not dead yet. Okay? No, I'm not dead yet. No, for the one earlier? Ah, for the one earlier. 11. Okay. Okay, I have no more healing items. It's okay, it's fine. Can I just go past him? Do you have it as a toggle? I'm not sure. Everything should be like default. Ah! Oh my god. Ah. Oh my god. No healing, just get good. I am gonna get good. I just gotta lock in, guys. I think it's because I'm just not dodging backwards. I've just been dodging left and right. Oh fuck. Oh my god! But you can revive once each time? I don't know. Yeah, each time you rest on a statue? Okay. That's 12! That's 12. Okay. Okay, we're running back. Okay, I need everyone to shut up, okay? Everyone be quiet. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Okay. I'm locking in. Oh fuck. Should I run and do that? Oh. Oh. Oh fuck! Wrong button. See? I told you guys just need to shut up! Alright! Prairie Bees. A loose Prairie Bees offer 4 of them at the sculptor's idol where increased maximum vitality of posture. Currently the wolf has 1 bee in his possession. Seeds from which healing waters continuously spring forth. Give to Emma to increase the maximum usage of the horn. To Emma? Wait, who's Emma? Shouldn't die 6 times before beating the boss? Guys, I'm not playing seriously. Okay, if I actually play seriously, I swear to God, I'm like so much more better. Okay, you know. Fistful of ash? Oh. Wait, that's it? That's all I got for him? We're gonna keep the trend going. Then Emma will show up at the shrine. The shrine. Okay. Go quietly. Okay, there's a guy right there. Okay, where is the shrine though? Like, I don't know where I'm going because there's no map. And I've just been following like wherever. Oh, when you first woke up. Oh, okay. Where I first woke up. Okay. But the Buddha guy. Oh, can I go there? The enhanced physical attributes option has been unlocked in the sculpted idol menu. Here you can spend 4 prayer beads and create a prayer necklace. Okay. Can I rest? Buddha guy, the disrespect sculptor. It's okay. It's okay. Here, the temple. Shinobi may leave behind shadows of the past actions known as remnants. Oh, her! Her? Wait, you're kind of cute.
息を吹き返したのですね。流因の力。この目でしかと見ることになるとは。
何者だ。
エマと言います。
She's Japanese, so her name is Emma.
クスシです。
サイの方と。
すみませんが、主の命にて明かせません。ただ、あなたを助けよと。そう。
Well, your name is Wolf. It's not actually Wolf though, is it? It's like a code name? No?
ですが、私は主の命を果たさねばならぬのです。
It is? It is. Your father is a... Wait, my father's name is Owl?
もともと私が
Who? Name him that.
助けとなりまし
Get it? Cause get it? Cause the sound an owl makes is who. Never mind. Present the healing gourd. Wait, can I talk to her first?
一つ頼みがあります。
Request.
少し
Nani?
顔を見せてください。
You see why your name is such later? Okay. We'll learn the lore later.
白いあざ。これは生まれつきですか。
いや、
ならば流因を受けた者に現れるということか。あるいは兆しか。
もう良いか。
ああ、十分です。無礼をしました。すみません。
Sumimasen. Present the gourd.
このひょうたん、お主が作ったというのか。
はい。
Walk around the temple
元
more?
は九郎様のためあなたが譲り受けていたのですね。気づいているかもしれませんが、このひょうたんの薬水はおのずと湧き出します。尽きたとて少し休めばまた満ちるでしょう。
クス師としての助けとは
Oh, so the gourd refills after every. Okay.
種だと。
はい。
Gourd seeds.
薬水はひょうたんの種より湧き出します。新たな種を加えれば
Will increase the value of
薬
this.
水の傘が増すでしょう。手に入れたら持ってきてください。
わかった。
Wakata. I have one for you.
ひょうたんの種とはこれか。
はい。それをこちらに種をひょうたんに植え付けます。
Now you can heal twice.
よし。これで
Okay, okay.
薬水の傘が増すでしょ
Stop spinning shit. I'm sorry. I'm just used to it. Okay. I always spin whenever there's like long dialogues.
う。
Okay.
悪い気がします。貢献があれば奇妙と思うことでも勇んですべし。それが我が師道元の教えですので。
そうか。
ひょうたんの種を見つけたならば
You can skip it. You read it, but it's not. That's not fun. That's not fun. Wait, I have another seed. Oh, I don't have any more seeds. Okay.
ではまた。
Mata. I spin these parts too, right? Like, who doesn't do that? Fun is getting Crimson sick. Crimson say he spins! Okay, I'm walking around. Oh, wait, there's a tunnel here. What the heck? Hug wall? Seal from the other side. Stop hugging wall. Okay, I can go here. Was that what you wanted to show me? Is another person? This guy?
見ぬ顔だな。そこもと名は
Sokomoto. Watashi wa wolf desu.
名乗られぬか。だが腕ある忍びとお見受けした。忍びの技なら。
Oh, look at him. He has his shoulder out and everything. What a slut.
ぜひそれを立ち寄ってもらう。
Wow, that. Wow! Wow! Brother! 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 Oh my god. I'm not ready for this fight! Is he a zombie? Are you gonna hit me again?
そこもとの立ち
Oh
姿
god.
見事なもので
Shan, tell me how this.
これがしよう
Knock knock?
従前に
Who's there?
そうはおらん
Shani, welcome in Taya. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day?
なずあるいは虫つきと呼ぶ者もおるな死ねぬので
So he's a zombie.
ここにおるのだそこも
I love you, but I'm sorry. I hope you won't get mad at me. What do you mean? When, where? When, where, who?
毛にしわが寄っておるそこもとよ
When, where, who?
使い刀の修練をせんかお主の使命を
Ow! Are you trying to do some pickup? I just realized that freaking pickup line to Mario Bay.
どうじ
I missed that before, actually, like long time ago. Oh my god. I killed a lot of ghosts last night in Minecraft. How dare, how dare. I could never find a goat in Minecraft. Okay, should I accept or should I refuse, guys? Shh, what do you mean, shh? Yes?
承知したよしではやろう刀を振らば気も紛れる
It's
と
a
いう
cure for boredom. Training?
そこもとよこの社には行き場を失った
I killed the kids too. You didn't make a concentration camp?
ここにおる、だからかのそこの賽銭箱にも時折何やら流れ着くのよ
Training in the fundamental of combat. What if I don't want to? Can I just leave?
また来るがいいそこもとの技の試しでも受けよう
Steal the villager stuff and bomb in the place? Oh god, he's a thief. He's a thief and a terrorist. Oh my god. What is this? Inspect offering box. Items that become unavailable elsewhere end up in the offering box. When the box is eliminated, it means an item has found its way inside. Items can be obtained by inspecting the box and offering money. Oh. There are techniques that if you don't understand. I see, I see. He has a tutorial for practice. I see, I see. Now I miss this stream's twig. Oh my goodness. Okay, I see, I see. So it's basically the tutorial, right? Training. I'm not missing anything here, right? No? He's the training dummy. see. Oh. Oh. Okay. Am I pressing it too fast? Or too slow? You know what? I'm just gonna TP out of here. Oh my god. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Oh my god. I swear. Go back to the gate. Taught that in tutorial we should have won a gamble. Okay, guys. Okay. I had one believer. He's no longer a believer now. Okay, where do I go?
You suck.
Oh, I heard dog. Oh. So thank you for the sound alerts. Okay. Where am I supposed to go? We're gonna try and sneak kill this guy. Stealth kill. After that guy leaves though. After he turns around though. Okay. Thank you for the bits, mom. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna wait for that guy to turn around so we can kill that guy. The guy on the left. Jump him? Jump him? You can assassinate midair. Okay. I could jump kill, okay. A drop kill. What are they doing? Wait, what's that yellow button that I see right there? What can I do there? Also, thank you for the head pass. Welcome in, Sam. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? Find out. Oof. Okay, we're gonna go here. Hopefully they don't see me. Oh, eavesdrop?
この戦、果たして勝てるものかのう。どうにも悪い予感がするのじゃ。何を弱気なことを。両親とはいえ、一休様はご健在。
Genichiro.
夢も見事なものだ。
Genichiro.
加えて
Okay, and back from the store. Welcome back, Kurai. Welcome.
鬼は行部正隆様か。
Gyobu.
確かにあのお方と鬼影が共にあれば、大手門が抜かれるなど考えられぬわ。
Okay. Is he gonna leave? So I could kill him? No? Is he not gonna leave? Okay, I don't think I could leave. I don't think he's gonna leave. That's fine. We're stealth here. Okay. If I go the other side. Oh god, he freaking saw me. Oh god, they freaking saw me. Yeah. Oh! up? Who is shooting at me? Oh my god, where am I getting shot at? Oh, he's right here. Oh god. He's down. I'm sorry, they blended so well. They blended so well, I swear. I'm just blind. I am just blind, okay? Okay, where's the other dude? Oh! Give me my coins! No loot? No healing item? No nothing? You give me bullshit? Wait, who's that? Is he friendly? Is that person friendly? Are you friendly? I think that's the mom. The mom? I said thank you for the head pass, thank you for the hydrate. Mm-mm.
その声。いや、まさかな。御神、我が名は野上伊之助。
伊之助。平田。
平田家の老頭だった。
平田 family.
どうかそこのあばら屋の老婆の様子。
Oh yeah, I was just telling Shen, he was the one that kicked her ass in the tutorial. Okay. Her mind is failing. Okay. Mother.
伊之助か。せがれよ。
Jima.
若様を見なかったかな。
Find his mother, Shen? Find the lost duck mother? I am not your son. It's kind of sad though. Say nothing. What happens if I say nothing? It doesn't matter. Mario 64 penguin mom. Oh, I am not your son. Okay, I am not your son.
せがれではない。
伊之助、またそ
Oh,
のよ
she
う
still
な。
thinks I'm
そ
Inosuke.
なたはわしがおかしくなったというが、さすが
あー
にせがれを間違えるわけなかろう。まあよい。せがれよ、この鈴をそなたに託そう。
You say nothing, you have no heart. I do have no heart.
守り鈴じゃ。この守り鈴を
Buddha.
仏様にお供えしておくれ。
Young Lord's bell charm. A bell charm received from an old woman who asked that it be offered to Buddha. Bell charms protect their holder through Buddha's divine protection. If one finds themselves the owner of another's bell charm, offering it to Buddha on their behalf is common courtesy. Okay. Alright. Anything else I can grab here? No? I would appreciate a healing gourd. Oh! Oh! Don't kill me! Okay. What's the point of the turkey fighting me? Are they just there to torment me? God. Oh, there's a guy right there. Now go back to the temple and use it. They're useful for farming something later. Okay. I see, I see. Oh, can I go up here? Touch remnant. He's just standing there? Oh, what beautiful scenery. Wait, there's items there. Can I get that? Oh. Don't turn around. Don't turn around, please. Oh, there's like 4 people here. You know what? Can I hug this wall? You know what? Let's go over here. I haven't looked over here yet. Oh. Okay. Noise. Ceramic shard. Okay. It's still stealth if no one's selection. Oh. This guy's gone. I hear some grunting. Oh shit, who's that? I see a big guy with underwear on. Like a sumo guy. Like a sumo wrestler guy. Is he dangerous? Kinda scared. I feel like everything I encounter here tries to kill me. Oh no, wait, he is trying to kill me. No. No, bring me up here. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go? Jump him? Kill him all? I have health. Like my health is so low. I have half a health. Take his knees? Wait, can I still kill him? Wait, which way is he facing? Okay, I got this, guys. Watch. Go here. Bro, look those ass cheeks. Is it possible? Oh shit! Oh! 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 Oh my god! I'll slice him like Attack on Titan! That's why I said jump him. I have half a health! Half a health! Oh wait. Oh my god! But he didn't give me anything. He didn't give me anything! What's the point of me killing him if I don't get anything? That's kinda lame. That's kinda lame. Very lame. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, there's something here. Did I lie? Mibu Balloon of Wealth. A Mibu balloon filled with fountainhead water imbued with the blessing of wealth. If one pops the golden Mibu balloon and prays, those his water splashes upon will acquire more coin for a period of time. Okay. Ooh, I feel like I should rest somewhere soon. No, edge. Huh? What is this random branch? Oh, wait, I'm here again. Okay. Should I just go then? Oh god! No, you did not see me, no. Did he actually see me? He actually oh! What the heck? What hit me? There's a cannon? There's a freaking cannon? What? Oh my god. Not Eep is for the weak? Oh, he gave me XP! Okay. Okay. Then I have to kill him all over again? How do I go? Is there a faster way to go over? Okay. Yes, those guys are scary. Okay. They're gonna shoot cannonballs at me. I got it. Down? Don't drop down. Oh fuck, I messed up. Ah. Run! You're annoying! Stop shooting at me! Who's the dude? I don't want to fight you. The big guy's right there too. Can I make a run for it? Oh my god! Stop scaring me! Oh my god. I need to separate them, okay? Separate them. No, when they're clumped up is too hard to kill. Okay, where are they? They're right there. Okay. Okay. It's okay. All good. Okay, no. You guys are coming too fast at me, please. Chill out, brother. Who's it calling me? You? Oh my god, that big guy! I swear to god! Okay! That big guy is scary! Yep, he got some real explosive Balls? Explosive balls? Oh my god! Ah! Run! Bro! Oh my god! Too many targets. One at a time, please, boys! Oh my god. Oh god. Ah! Oh god. Ah! Okay. He's so annoying. Sprint attack. Okay. We're gonna play careful now. Careful. Wait, do I have to re-talk to all those people again? How many is it? 14 now? I totally forgot I have a counter here. 13? No? You don't need to talk to them again? Ah! Okay. 14. Hold on, guys. BRB. Okay, I am back. Yeah, you died to the big guy twice? Okay. Why is there shadow motion? Is shadow motion bad? Oh, because the leaves. Because the leaves. The camera was behind the leaves. Or behind the tree. Okay, I want to go over there. I should not fall. 100%. Stealth mode. Okay. Oh. Is there a way to cross it? Without dying? Oh wait, I can literally just step down. What is this? Gachin's sugar. The high Senpo priest gave this candy to a band of short but adept assassins. Suppresses sound and presence for a time, making the nuisance harder to detect. Ah, okay. So a stealth boost. Okay. Okay, we're quiet. Quiet like a mouse. Quiet like a mouse. Oh, this is where I die. Oh, that's the cannon, dude. Why he? Okay. Can I grapple there? I could, right? Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I just want items. Precision balloon. Feels fancy hair water influences his fortune. One positive balloon praise. Okay, obtaining items. Okay. Anything else? No. Scrap iron. Iron dregs? Mine and Ashina. Widely used for basic reinforcement, it can be served as a base material for prosthetic tools upgrades. Ashina is burdened with a thick stone infertile. Okay. Go. Is he shooting me? Can I make it? Did you see what was on that tree, Shen? No, I did not. I you know, I ran past everything. Is there something there? I'm like Loki, just like kind of exploring a little bit. Can I reach that? Can I? Okay. That seems kind of far. It's covered by the mountain at the moment. Ah, I see. Okay. I cannot go anywhere. Oh, wait, I go up. Okay, up. Oh, and now I'm back here. It's on the other side where you got the items, but not super important. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna have to fight that dude, right? This guy have fun? Is there a little Buddha thing that I can save? Oh, yes, I see. Okay. No, go up! No, you see nothing. Okay. Oh my god. It's okay? Just a chicken? It's just a chicken? Rest. I will rest. Ah, that chicken. Okay. Wait, it's pink there. Wait, are those just remnants? Oh. Touch? Is that Emma? Emma and Kuro? Oh yeah, he did rebrand. He changed his name. Ah. Dead voices. Okay. Am I ready to fight them? I'm not sure. Hold on. I want to throw something. Can I throw something at them? It's a rabbit short. How do I throw? No, no, no. Wait, he's too close to me. Oh, welcome in, Black Swordsman underscore 32. Welcome, welcome. Oh fuck! Turn around, turn. Oh my god. Ogre, sorry? This is my first playthrough. Are you talking about this guy? Queen. Pellets. Oh, he sounds... Is he breaking out? Okay. I'm intimidated. Ah! Chain ogre? Ah! Ah! Okay! 50 players quit because of this guy? Oh, jump desire. Okay. Hold B, sprint, step dodge. Okay. Ah! Oh shit! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh! Whoa! Ayo! Oh my god! He's the where's my hug guy? Literally, where's my hug? Oh wait, I can climb him! Oh! Wow, he's wrestling me, bro! Oh! Oh! Okay. WWE. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Can I throw this? Honestly, I don't know why I did that. Is he gonna see me if I just like go up like this? Oh. Okay, okay. Got some popcorn? Oh yes, my first like Souls game. That's like everybody's here, honestly. I got some popcorn. Okay. Pulling forward. Ready. Oh! Okay. Oh shit! Okay. Timing a little bit off. Stop, go away! Stop! Oh! Can I resurrect? Resurrect, resurrect. What? Okay, I jump behind him. He kicks and I still get hit. Oh my god! Oh my god! 16 dead? Oh, 16? That's insane! Can wait what behind those gates as soon as she defeats the ogre? Alright. Let me just go run straight to it. Uh-huh. Let me collect my gold. Okay. I gotta get comfortable, okay? I got the streamer posture ready. Does she have the vent to unlock yet? I don't think so. Why isn't she using her shinobi tool? My shinobi tool? My shinobi tool? No tools yet? I literally just started. Okay. Come here. Go back to the temple. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. What? That's insane. Okay, should I go back to the temple? Should I go back to the temple? Oh, shoot. Okay! That's insane. Well, on you? Is a bet going on? Okay, okay. Well, it looks like you're going back to the temple. Okay, let's go back to the temple. Travel. 17. 17. Hello.
手に入れた。
任務か。忍び騎士は騎馬じゃというとが。任務を
Talk to the sculptor. Yes, I'm doing that. Go pray at the Buddha statue in the temple. Right, okay. Yes, I got one seed. And I already gave it to the lady. Yeah.
仕込んだ任務が増えるだけ敵を殺す術も増えるじゃろ。殺す相手なりの殺し方を持つ。そういうことじゃ。
随分と詳しい。
いかんな。いつまでも。 し生臭いことを言うておるから仏の顔も鬼になるのよ。どれ貸してみろ。わしが任務を仕込んでやろう。
Uh-huh. New prosthetic. Regular shinobi tools found in the world can be specifically adapted to the shinobi prosthetic. If you have the fit prosthetic tools. Okay. Shuriken. What does this do? Pull shuriken loaded into the wheel and launch it at the target in a single throwing motion. Also, so it's a ranged weapon. Basically, I have a range. I have range now. If she wants firecrackers, I know where to get them as well. I see. Now you have a reason to kill regular people. Kill regular people. Why to switch prosthetic tool? Use prosthetic tool. Okay. Ah. Okay. Spirit emblems are required to activate prosthetic tool. Spirit emblems can be obtained from defeated enemies in the world and purchased from a sculptor's idol. If you pass near them, they will find their way to you. Okay. How do you know that? Why? Where's the long hair redeem? Just is it not there? It's the same. It should be the same like button. Like you should change my hair or something. Is it not? Did I not put it up there? Who changed my hair? It was long in the beginning of the stream, but now it's short. Also, welcome Toshi. Welcome. How are you? They'll give you ammo to use the tool, but you have to. Oh, I have limited news. Okay. Right trigger. Oh. Okay. I see. Pray at the temple. Pray. Oh, fuck. One button. Change clothes? No, that's changing my outfit. Did I not make a redeem for it? Maybe I forgot. Did I forget about it? Damn, you died 70 times already? I did. I did. 3 years ago? Is this lore? Then the heritage is not there? Is it not there? Oh god. I thought it was there. Prayer beads memory. Okay. Purchase spirit emblems? I could buy it? Oh! Should I buy some? I remember I have the pink hair redeem. No? So thank you for the hair pads. Okay. 4 prayer beads. You will always get that for killing mobs. Okay. Got it. Oh. Pellet. Wait, there's fire. Hirata Estates. Do I just drop down? Okay, do I have fall damage? I do, right? I should, right? Yes? Okay. Shen, real quick, go fight the ogre 2 more times. 2 more times. What happened? But yeah, you can go fight the ogre again. I'm on fire. I gotta beg one of the ogre. I will. Oh, should I finish this though? Dragon Spring Pregnant. Okay. これは Is he naked? Giant fish. This is a whole different section. You can come back. Oh, okay. I can come back. Then I'll come back then. How do I leave? How do I go back up? How do I get back up? How do I get back up? I think there's a statue across the bridge. I have to go forward? Ah, okay. Across the bridge. Across the bridge? Over there? Right after you enter the gate, there's a statue? Okay. Wait, fight me! Fight me, you! Oil. Plain oil. When the jar breaks, the oil covers everything nearby. Oh, I can Molotov them, basically. Okay. Fight me, you naked man! Dogs! Oh god. Stop calling for help, chicken! Oh, whoops. Oh fuck. Dousing powder. Medicine for treating burns. Okay. Hug wall? Oh. To go over? Oh, okay. I see. Can I rest first before you leave? Travel. Okay, we're fighting the ogre. You felt like fight different mini bosses and regular bosses in this place? Damn, okay. So it's like a whole new section then, right? Whole different section. Basically, a whole different chapter. I mean. Should I save again, just in case? Or rest? Yeah, a little backstory on Wolf. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna stab this guy here. Right in front of you. Alright, good job. I love that. Anything? Okay. As soon as you touch that idol, it saves that idol, I'm pretty sure. Okay. I got 3 pellets, a fistful ash, a ceramic shard. Okay, a healing board. Can I hit him here? Come on. Oh god. Oh god, no! Okay. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Run! Get up! Oh god. Oh my god! Oh, this is so ass. This is literally so ass. Get up! Get up! Oh god. Run! Run! Okay. I need distance. Oh my god! I'm trying to like literally dodge that. She's tossing me. Ah! Run! I need distance. Oh my god. Ah! Holy! Resurrect, please! Okay. 18? 18. Oh god. Sheesh. Hold left button, please. I got it. Okay. To run. Okay. Okay. Oh god. Please don't come near me. No! Oh my god. No! off the off the. Oh my god. 19. Okay. 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 Everybody, okay, just quiet. Quiet down. Quiet down. All right, just be quiet. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, no, no. Oh! Oh! Please. No! Oh my god. That was bad, that was bad, that was bad. Oh! Oh! Oof. Oof. Oh! That's fucking, that fucking wall. No. That freaking wall. All good, all good, all good, all good, all good. It's all good, literally all good, all good. Ah! Oh my god, I was about to fall. Oh, you can't get me up here, right? Can he? Okay, I need a breather. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh my god, I'm getting yeeted. Oh my god. But there's a spot, there's a better spotty cheese. It's on top of the gate. That spot. Oh goodness, goodness gracious, goodness gracious. Oh, messed up. I messed up. Oh. It's fine. Okay, okay. Also 20 dead? I forgot. You're right. We're in the 20s now. 20. 20. Is this to the left? Here? So? If you bait the ogre there and jump on the back wall, you can slash him from the top. Bait the ogre there, jump back on the... Jump on the back wall? The back wall? Oh, here! This? Ah. You know, we gotta play the game like how it's supposed to be played, okay? No cheesing! Okay, no cheesing. Oh! Oh! Ow! Oh, he grabbed me. Ouch. Ouch! Oh, he kicked me. Okay. You know what? That's a-okay. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. I only have one pellet. One pellet. Jump right to that drop kick. No, I did. Ow! Okay. Buddy. Come on. Oh! Okay. Oh, fuck! I'm dead. I'm dead here, home. Yeet! Get up, get up, get up! Run up here, please! Safety. Okay. How much does that heal me, though? Not that much. God, not even that much. F this hot heal. Where did he go? Okay, buddy, come here. Oh shoot, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay. Oh! I died to the I died to the kick. Only reason I chose Demon though was because I didn't feel like dealing with him at the time and the spirits were too hard. Okay. You know what? I was gonna go for the cheese strap, but I was like, you know what? You know what? You know, I'm a gamer, okay? No here, okay? No cheese here. Oh. Oh shit, I messed up. Ah! It's fine. Like someone's son is sick? How dare you, Shen? That's okay. If he's sick, he'd be doing some really cool, you know, skateboard tricks. That's pretty sick. Okay, come here, buddy. No! Oh! What the hell? How do you turn mid-air like that, huh? How do you turn mid-air? That's insane. That's actually insane. I got this! I got this! Okay. Twas fine. Twas is fine. This is very fine, very fine. Very fine, very fine. Oh god! It's okay. Or you know, maybe grab and see what it does. I know what it does. I know what it does. Okay, everybody has different game styles. Okay, mom. It's okay. 22. Feeling 22. All good. All good. All good. All good. Yeah, noticing stuff to your advantage. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, guys, I'm locking in. Oh, it's the kick. Come on. Oh, I jumped away though. Ay, oh my god. No, I literally. Oh god. I hate how he just turns like that. Oh. No! That's okay. That is okay. That is okay. That's okay. Shh, shh. That's okay. That's okay. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. Oh. Everyone chill. Shh. Everyone quiet, 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 quiet. Uh-huh. Oh. God. That's annoying. Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Oh my god. You know what? It's okay. Come here. Come here. Oh. Okay. I need a breather, okay? I need a breather. I need a breather. Oh god. Okay. Oh, over here. Oh god. Stop chasing me. Oh god. No, I'm dead. Get up, get up. What are you doing? No? Oh god, I don't have any more healing items. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh god! I keep dying to the kick. It's okay. Oh god, okay. No! Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. No, that. Uh-huh. Oh my god! No! All good, all good, all good. Enemy grab attacks. Guarded with deflected. Okay. The grab spam is insane. I know, right? Jesus Christ. Alright, okay. I only have two. Two? Those? One pellet. We're gonna slow burn this. Literally slow burn. Oh shit! Did not mean to do that. Oh shit! Kicked me while I was healing. How's that fair? Oh shit! I jumped off. Oh wait, I'm back here. Wait, but when he yeeted me, he didn't send me back. Okay. That's fine. Oh, fuck. What the hell? That hit me. Yes! That kick is insane! That kick is insane! Actually insane. Brother. That kick is insane. I need him to hit me first. Okay, not like that. Okay. That was a bad first hit. Wow! What? That's insane! That is insane. Okay. How many? How many? That's 26, right? That's 26 now? God damn. Now 25? 25? Isn't it 26? 25, okay. Jesus Christ! Okay. Oh, goddamn. Goddamn, goddamn. Uh-huh. Wait. Give me some... I revived twice? Wait, I was revived twice? That was only one time. Come on, come on. I like to fight here, please. Over here, not on the stairs. The area is too tight. Why he grabbed me? That's a crazy dive. That is a crazy dive right there. Crazy dive. Oh fuck! Triple kick? Oh! Okay, nah, that's good. I need heal first. Let me heal, buddy. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I think I got this. I just gotta play the carousel game. I just gotta carousel around him. You know, his behind. I got this. Easy, easy. Okay, okay. Okay. Easy, easy. Oh. 26. 26. Oh my god. You know, I'm loving this feeling. It feels like I'm playing Baldur's Gate all over again. We have to like, you know, actually use my brain a little bit. Okay, 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 okay. But you hit 50? Drink? No, I'm not drinking. No, no drinks. Okay, 2 gourds. Hold on. Is it gonna give me an angel thingy? No? Oh my god, this ball looks very hard. Welcome in, Mailman. Please tell me, how do I pronounce your name? Welcome. It is. I've been stuck here for like pretty long time now, you know? How are you? Okay. Okay, I need you to go over here. The open space? Yeah? Open space. Okay. Okay. That got me. That got me. That got me hard. Oh! No! He actually got me. Okay. No! Oh god. Oh shit! He's predicting my moves! What a loser! No! He's actually predicting my moves! I'm fine, just recovering for surgery. Really? I hope you're recovering well, rest well, drink lots of water, eat lots of fibers, you know? Yeah, I wish you a swift recovery. Has acted as Ogre like 12 times now. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Sekiro, that's literally the whole game. Okay, okay. Very difficult bosses till you just get used to the combat. Alright. 4 weeks in bed now, it was hard but try to get better now. That's great, that's great. I hope you're having a good day though. Also, I hope you enjoy watching my stream too. Usually it's not like this, okay? Usually it's a lot more fun. We're going through something so like traumatizing right now. Thank you for the like, mom. Thank you, thank you. Okay, okay. Okay, this buddy. Okay. Wait, I could deflect his hits, right? I feel like whenever I try, they just never works out. So that's why I don't ever try. I never tried it. Not the grabs? Okay, not the grabs. But I could with the kicks, right? Oh, he actually grabbed me. Okay. That's so whack. So whack. Get up! That's so whack! Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. The grass are the only thing you can block a parry. Okay. Oh! Okay. Now we're gonna try to parry the hits instead of dodging. God, I love this game. It's been a while since I played like a melee game. Everything I've been playing recently has been like shooter. Okay. 28? Oh, that's right. 28. 28 deaths. 28 deaths. Oh my god. Dynasty Warriors? Oh, I see you play that, Chaos. Should I? Dynasty Warriors is just a bunch of like melee, bunch of slashing. Come on. Oh god. Oh, okay. Damn, he does so much damage. Literally so much damage. No! Get away from me! Oh, get up, please. No, okay. Please, please. Annoying. I only see her in this. Oh, the big. What? The fan? The fan? Oh shit. Okay, you know what? Okay. My leg is dying, guys. My leg is dying. Leg dashed. Leg dashed. 29. 29. Basically, A's like here. A's like, here's a weapon. There's a lot of people. Go kill them. Yeah, I think the one I seen a lot is 8. Like, I just see like a whole crowd of like people, and like you just like murder, mass murder all of them. Okay. Also, you can get a bunch of free hits on him while he's still chained up. Ah. Okay, nobody did mention that earlier. I was actually waiting for him each time. Each time I've been waiting for him. Okay. Crisscross. Applesauce. Gamer posture. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh god, okay. 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 Please don't give me, please don't give me. Please don't give me. Oh, okay. I'm not dead, right? Don't throw me off the ledge! Jesus Christ. I hate that! Okay, okay. Don't go near the ledge. Don't go near the ledge. And don't go near the ledge. Center. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! 30? Big number 30. This is the dirty 30s. The dirty 30s. Okay. One more tip for the movement. I will prioritize dodging over jumping. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Don't kick me! I will snuck you behind. Oh! Oh! Come here. Oh! 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 Okay. Oh, okay, I got stuck. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay. This is good, this is good. Oh god, he got me. Am I dead? No, no. Oh my god, he yeeted me. Oh, come on, come on. Center, center. Oh! offering 40 on the sculptor idol will increase. Okay. This feels good. Medicine? Okay. This feels real good. Only took 14 deaths. Oh god. This guy better not kill me. Ah! Please don't kill me! Bro! Who are you? Oh my god, he just showed out of nowhere. God, goodness gracious. Good job, Shen. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was the hardest I ever seen, really? God. That was fun. That was really fun. Oh my god. Do I like suffering? Do I like suffering? I mean, first try. Yeah. That was my first try. Oh my god. My first try, actually. Oh, what's up here? A nightjar monocular? Monocular? A bamboo tool used to see distant objects. Okay. Oh my god. Open? Do not open from this side. Oh my god. It gets worse, trust? Oh, sounds like I'm gonna have a good time. Sounds like a good time for me. Oh my god. Okay. Can I open that door, actually? On that side? Well, how do I get there, though? How do I get there? No? Hug wall? Okay. I wanna rest before I leave. Should I go back to this thing? Low body. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, why is it so hard for me to... Okay. The wall is my biggest enemy, I swear. The wall is my biggest enemy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to go back to the shrine and give the lady the seed. Emma. Ledge grab is very finicky in this game. Okay, does anybody else has trouble? It can't just be me, right? Dojin.
しかしそれを繰り返すそのや知りなすみません
その
すみません。
直す術は
わかりませんですが突き止めねばまずは
No, I struggle with it too. Nope, just you. Okay, Crimson. Okay. Yes. Yes, give me health. Is that the only one I have? Okay.
ではまた
Bye bye. It's everything, right? Everything. And then we travel back. Oh my god, how long have I been streaming? Almost 4 hours? Almost 4 hours. Oh god, already? Is this a good time to end? Is this a good time to end, guys? Or should I keep going? Should I keep going? I feel like this is a good time to end. Yeah? No? Yeah? Yeah? No? Yeah? Oh my god, that boss is literally... Is he a boss? I don't know, that guy... Oh my god. Taking the life out of me, bro. Keep going? Okay, you know what? I am gonna keep going. Mini boss, ah. Oh shoot. I keep forgetting they like resurrect. Okay, I'm just gonna run past them. You don't see me, right? No? Oh! Cannons? Just don't shoot me! This gun, please. Where is he? Where is he shooting me from? Oh, the guy right there. What? What is that? Should I fight them? You're annoying, bro. You're annoying. Don't hit me. Wait, did you? Yeah, I did, Chaos. You missed it. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. No fair. 2v1. 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 Oh my god, are you kidding me? Where is he? Where is he? Come on, come here. Can I kill the other guy? The other guy's annoying me. Oh. Stop hitting me! Stop targeting me! Ah! I'm getting team! Double team! Oh my god! 2v1? Psh, ease? What? What are you saying? Get good? You telling me to get good? Another boss straight after another one? Oh, yeah, that's how this game goes. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Oh, 31. That is true. 31. 31? No, a clean one. Haha. god. Go up. You don't see me, you don't see me. These just mini bosses though, they aren't even main bosses. You're scaring me a little bit. Okay, okay. I want... Oh. You're annoying, you're annoying. Oh. Okay. You come here. You come here, you come here. No, no, no. I want to fight this guy. I want to fight this guy. Not you. Oh, no. No, run. Oh my god, he shot me. Have auto aim or something? Brother. Oh god. Please, be nice to me. I need them to separate, please. Please don't group up together. Oh my god. Okay, that guy's right there. Where to the big guy? The big guy's right there. Oh, what's this? Scrap iron? Nope. Where is he? Where is he? Is he here? Okay. Do I want to fight this dude? Do I have to fight him? Let me look around. Anything I could grab to help me? Anything, please. I'll take anything. Oh wait, what's over here? Read? Temple posting. Turn back if you value your life. You can't be head the headless. All swords and pikes did nothing? Okay, no, I don't have to fight him? Okay. That item? A divine confetti. Confetti imbued with a divine blessing made for driving away preparations. Save the confetti? Save it? The paper is made a ceremony. Okay, as the god bless the waters. Okay. I see, I see. Where do I go from here? Oh. Oh. Oh god! Can't believe I actually got that. That thing is a godsend later? Okay, okay, okay. Also, this is the harder route. Really? Is it actually? The high simple priest gave this candy to the... Oh, okay, I read this before. You know, we ball. We ball. Can't go back now, I think. I don't know how to go back. Okay. Here. Yes, I would not recommend going this way. Then I will go this way then. Well, I don't know how to go back. You know what? It's okay. Good luck. Alright, alright. Is it hard? Oh, it's dark. And I don't have a flashlight. Absolutely? Like very... Okay. Oh! What is this? Wait, I could go back here? This way? At least for the level of health and strength we have, you could explore the cave more. I still haven't beat the thing here. Really? Oh my god. Should I explore more? Okay, I know the way out then from here. I might as well like walk around. Oh, what is that? Is that like the headless? Oh, you haven't beat the headless? Is that like an alien or something? Oh wait, it's a katana. He's holding a katana. Oh god. Okay. Did my confederates for the headless? All in, boss Zhao Shen. Should I try? Should I try? Just one time. Hard focus. Struggle your hardest. I'm kind of scared now. I don't know what's under here though. Okay. Oh, I took fall damage. Like really bad fall damage. Wait, I don't have any healing. It didn't stand much of a chance anyways. Oh. Ah! What in the world? What in the world? If it happened? Oh! How do I can't escape it! Oh! I'm like frozen! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! By the way, he can teleport? Ah, okay. Oh, he has no head. Oh, so his miss area you can sprint? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I see, I see. This is the point where I turn back and I never come back. Oh my goodness. We're not coming back here. He got aura. Yeah, he has aura. Oh, my playthrough, I killed all the headless. Did you really? Oh my god, the chaos. It's amazing. Oh, why did I fall? Wait, what is that? Can I kill that? What did I get? Nothing? Soul? Is that another lizard? Oh, that's kind of overkill, isn't it? Okay, I want to save, please. Oh, I'm back here. Oh, wait, I can go here. Antidote powder. A powerful antidote concocted by the Sunken Valley clan heals status abnormal poison and temporarily increases poison resistance. Okay, poison. Divine grass. Okay. Anything else here? By the way, those lizards can poison you? Oh! I didn't know that. That's probably why it was... They give me an antidote. Right? Okay, we're gonna go back over here. Save. Back over here. Save. Return. Okay. Commune. Rest. Spider-Man. I am basically Spider-Man. Now the back of that open area with the mini boss is where you have to go. With the broken bridges, the broken bridge. So forward, right? The opposite, the other side of where I went. Okay. Don't follow me, don't follow me. Broken bridge. Thank you so much for the sub. This is where I went, right? Over here. And I went to the left of the bridge. Over there? I have to go over there forward. How do I get over there? pellet. Oh! So thank you for the sub! Thank you, thank you! Welcome in, welcome! Push prodigy! welcome! See? Secrets? Left of the bridge? Status abnormally. Okay. Oh, just telling me about the lizard. Oh, wait! There was a lizard here? No, I'm getting poisoned! Does this count? Oh god! Oh, no. We're gonna rest again. Shen, don't read that! Don't read that! I saw it already! Does Shen survive the snake? There's gonna be a snake! I'm gonna fight a snake! Are you kidding me? Okay, how do I get over there though, guys? Oh, here? I have to go around the mountain? Oh! I hear rumbling. Okay, I just took fall damage. Can I go back up? Rest again? Hold on. You gotta play extra careful. Every health matters, you know? Also, thank you for the follow! Thank you! Welcome! I thought you followed me already earlier. Am I going schizo? Broken ankles. Yeah, every day I be breaking ankles. My own ankles, guys. I'm not even kidding, guys. Like a couple months ago, right? So in my house we have like baby gates for my dogs to separate my dogs from like the kitchen, cause they're trash diggers, right? And my lazy ass, instead of like opening the gate, I will like just try to walk over it, you know, with my very short legs. So one time I tried to like put my leg over it and go over it instead of like opening the gate. And like the gate fell down and I slipped and everything. And I was holding a bowl of... Oh shit! It's a giant snake! Ah! 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 Oh my god. Okay. I did not... Okay. I didn't think it was gonna be right there. Oh my god, somebody's son is dying because of me. What the hell? I thought it was gonna be like in a building like that one guy, the last guy. The ogre guy. Okay, I broke my ankles again. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We break ankles here. Okay, he's gonna be right to my right. God, what a pretty snake. Okay. Do I have to fight it? Do I have to fight it? You have to sneak past it? Oh, okay. He's gonna... there first. He looks at the branch. Okay. Okay. He doesn't see me? No? The snake is like, I smell a boy. I smell a boy. Is that a boy smell? I don't see it. Okay. Go up there. Where'd I go? Over there across? Okay. Across? And I just run for it, right? I just run for it? Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go! Is it chasing me? Is it chasing me? Where did it go? Oh! Oh. I can smell your bras. Okay. Where'd I go from here? Oh. I have to map out where I'm gonna leave. Okay, across from there? By the way, that's a big snake. Yeah, I can see that. Chaos, I can see that. Okay. No, no, no. Crouch. Okay. Go there. If I touch it, will it feel me? Oh, okay. Where is it? Right there? There's no way. No way it does not see me here. Oh wait, I could go over here? Oh no, I can't. Just hide behind the ice? Ah! Okay. I need you to go over there. Snake? No? Oh, I'm invisible. Or not? Where did I go from here? Where did I go? Oh my god! Where did... Oh, do I hide in there? Is that why there's a little tent there? For me to hide in? What the heck? Okay. Enter! Enter! Oh god! This is so random! So random! I'm waiting, I'm waiting. can't. I don't. Okay, okay. My thought process is, I get out the tent and I fight it. That was my thought process. It's me versus the giant snake. Who will win? Me, obviously. Okay, okay, I get it now. I get it now. Logic just flew out of my mind. My god. Literal brain rots right now. Okay. Yeah, I got this. I got this. Yeah, let me just 1v1 and stay more. Yeah, that was my thought process. You know, I believe that I got plot armor, okay? Okay, okay. Here we go. Was it ever there though? No. I mean, I died 23 times, you know? This, you know, there was chances. She's like, let me be a snake wrestler already. Oh, 32, that's right. 32 times. One from the snake. One from the snake. Okay. I need you to face the other way, snake. Okay. Oh! 33? Is it 33? I don't think I did. I think it's 33. Yeah, I'll change it. 33. I'll come back to when she walked off the edge into the abyss. Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go fast. Go fast. Hold B to sprint. Okay. I keep forgetting. I'm so used to B being my dodge button. After that one battle, okay? I managed to finish my little project. Oh! Oh my god! It saw me? My god. Why does it always like catches me whenever I'm like reading chat? Oh god. And anyways, congrats, Riz! Congrats! What was your project? Okay. I would have taken 3 shots. You took 3 shots. Shota? No, not Shota, okay? Oh god. Okay, okay. Okay, I will not make the same mistake twice. Alright, guys. turn that away. Okay. And I just gotta stab it, right? When the eye turns red. Okay! Okay, what do I do? What do I do here? What do I do here? Make a run for it? Oh! Oh! Okay. Ah! Where do I go? Ah! Where do I go? Where do I go? I don't know where to go. God. I'm experimenting with Legos because I got them as adult money. Oh, nice, nice. You gotta watch out for it. Watch out for it. Unseen aid. Okay. 34. Okay. Third time's the charm, right, guys? Third time's the charm. Except for bosses. Okay, big bosses is more like, you know, the 6 times the charm. Okay, this way? Okay. Ring around the rosy? Yeah, you might hit the guy on the horse. Okay. Should I just go? "34 deaths? I had 17 deaths when I'm at this part." Really? Wait, is this a snake? Oh, wait. You mean 17 deaths in total? It's for content, guys. It's for content, okay? You know, I'm not actually this bad, okay? It's for content, okay? This is all for content. Okay. Go, 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 go! Oh god. Okay. Wait, I thought this was after the guy on the horse? So welcome in, Nano Jira. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? This is my first Souls game. Alright, and my first ever playthrough of this game. So, judgment accepted. Okay? Oh, okay. Quiet. Dying for content? How about you die? Wow, you just told me to disconnect IRL? Don't touch me. Okay. Where do I go though? I'm so confused. If I go up there, right? Like on the top cliff, I go up the tree? I'm guessing. You heading the right way, but you gotta be fast? Okay. Okay, tree. Oh no, not tree. Tent. Pelican. Okay. Oh! Oh! Oh God! Get up! 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 Oh shit! Get up! Get up! Get up! He can't get me if I crouch. Right? He could get me. Okay, he could get me. Okay, he could get me. Okay, there's another tree higher up. God. Okay. Alright. What's number 35? 35. 35 dead. Oh God, the voice shot's looking. God damn. Okay. With Sekiro is regarded as the odds one out from the genre because it's kind of his own thing. See. Yeah, can be casually strolling with a huge snake freaking out. I'm a freaker, okay? I freak out a lot whenever it comes to everything. Alright. It's okay. I just gotta lock in, okay? My mouth is zipped, you know? I'm shut. I'm quiet. I'm locked in. I'm focused. And no panic. Calm and steady wins the game, right? Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. It's just me coping, guys, but... Okay.
Panic, but calmly. You gotta calmly panic.
Remember, a lot of the times keep your eyes up. Okay, the problem is I don't look up. Okay, I'm so used to looking down. And game and in real life. Okay. Okay. Here. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I could literally just like run through, speed run through. Okay. The grapple first branch, and then second branch grapple. Okay. Jump across the exit. Okay. Shinobi doesn't look up. Shinobi only focuses on what's in front of them. By so stupid. Yeah, guys, exactly. I have tunnel vision. Okay. Go here. I only have one goal, alright? And it's to keep moving forward. Okay. Go here. Oh my god, it's freaking rocks! Ah! Go! Okay. I totally did not freak there. Great job. Totally did not freak out. Alright. Nice job. Nice job, Shin. Nice job. See? Pure skill, right? Pure skill. No, no, no. It was not luck. It was all skill. All skill. Akko's sugar. Akko? Akko? Skill my ass. Sugar candy made in simple. Simple. Temple sustaining Akko's blessing. Boost attack power. Boost attack power. Okay. Boost attack power. Nice. Oh, she was a dude running on top of me. That's what she said. Okay. How do I get up? Wait. Wait. The lucky cat is right behind you. Like with some sprinkle of skill, Jesus took the wheel. Okay. Go back to where you jumped over. Here? Like all the way over here? Oh, oh. Oh. Touch. Wait, what's this? Oh! It's a statue. I didn't even see it. Okay, rest. Oh my god. Oh god. I feel safe now. So safe. So safe. Alright. Okay, I got 2 pellets. 3. Oh god. What are you? What are you? What? Why are you so hard to kill? Oh. Is that his ass cheek? Oh my god. Look at his booty, guys. He has his whole ass out. So thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Motorboat them? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Oh my god. My goodness. Asking Jesus to take the wheel, but I haven't seen him beat this game. True, true. Okay, should I... You know, I'm gonna rest again. I don't care if that guy shows up, okay? Now I know not to go over there. Alright, alright. I could go up here. Oh, there's a guy right there by the tree. There's items right there. Oh my god, there's the giant guy right there. I could stealth kill them, right? Have seen him play PUBG once though. You've seen Jesus play PUBG? Thank you for the bong. Thank you. Welcome, Nico. Nico. Welcome. How are you? I'm getting stuck at the horse and constantly stealth killing everyone here. Is this the horse? Is this part the horse? Okay. Okay, that guy just walks around. There's a guy right there. 2 guys right there. And a random guy right there. I could kill that dude, right? Wait, what is he doing to the horse? No, the horse dead!
語で脅かしよって。
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus playing Marvel Rivals Go. Damn, I would love to play Marvel Rivals as Jesus. Damn. Hopefully he can get me out of diamond. The horse is dead. The horse. Oh, your horse is dead. Womp womp. You want to join him? Oh, Jesus. Don't say that game's name. Why? I love Marvel Rivals. I love it so much. Oh. I'm gonna throw a shard. No, he doesn't hear it. Come over here. Oh. I threw it the wrong way. It's okay, it's okay, it's fine. Wrong guy with the horse shit. Yes, I know. Oh, he saw me? I'm literally behind this though. Okay, you wanna... Yeah? You bring a gun to a knife fight? Guess who won? Okay. Where do I go? Do I have to kill all of them? I wanna grab the items first before I leave. Okay. I can't air assassinate them. That's right. Should I do it? I don't know. Whenever I try air assassinate in every single game, it always turns out bad. I went to quick play and the enemy team chose their 3 strategists. Really? I love it though. I love playing 3 supports. I messed up! Oh my god. I messed up. It's fine. Get up! I can get up. It's okay. You know what? It's fine. We battle! Oh god! Who's the shooter? Where is he? Oh god, okay. Okay. Like, I just want to grab this. Okay, item. What's that guy? No, don't hit me, please. I'm in the middle of a dialogue. Please don't hit me. I have one more comment from Marvel Rivals. I hate Black Panther. Honestly, I would rather fight Black Panther than an Iron Fist. Or a Spider-Man. Honestly. Okay. Where do I go from here? For sure this door is locked, right? No entrance here. Oh. This guy's dead. Oh, this is why I killed the horse guy. Touch? What did people even do here? Oh, they just run up? Poor horsey. Should do another grapple past the tree? Really? Was it did I have to look up higher? Oh, I see it, I see it. I see it. Okay. Holy shit. Everybody's dead here. And now you jump down? Are the sugars actually candy? I mean, is candy made out of sugar? I don't know. Is this gonna be a boss fight? Hey, I want this item. A fistful of ash. No! I haven't saved! Leave me alone! Unfair, you have a horse! I have no horse! Okay. Oh. Hold on. Which one's this? Boost. Okay, attack power. No! What the fuck am I doing? Okay. Oh! No! Woo! Okay. No! Oh my god! How do I dodge this? Oh my god! She's gonna last 20 seconds? I don't think I'm gonna last more than 20 seconds at all. Oh god. Oh my god, okay. No! Okay. Oh! No! Oh god. Please. Okay. Oh, okay. No, please. Yo, he has range. Unfair, he has range. No, he has range. Oh god. Okay. 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 Another pole. Alright. Okay, we're just gonna skip all of these people. Go straight here. Oh, 36. That's right. 36. 36. Oh my god. Shen, please fight the fourth shot next to me. It's looking rather submissive. What? You don't like it when they're submissive and drinkable? It's shot o'clock. Okay. I need to mentally prepare myself, guys. Mentally prepare myself. We have believer this time? Oh god! I have support teleporters? No way. Okay, okay. Go here.
我国は行分正隆なり大手もこの行分
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, no. Okay. No, no. He's stuck, he's stuck. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. There's literally chaos here. No, God. Okay, how do I dodge that? Uh-huh. Oh, God. I gotta keep a distance, right? Oh, no. And I just grapple near him. Ah! God, he keeps coming. I hit him with a charge at me. Oh, God. No. Ah! Fuck. That spear is insane. Insane range. Insane range. Okay. That spear. Oh. I got so used to dodging with the last boss. I forgot to parry. Oh my God. You just reminded me I have free will. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. It was a warm-up, guys. That was a warm-up, you know? It was just, you know, to study his movement, you know? You guys get it. Okay. I got this. Oh. No, don't hit me, please. Don't hit me, please! Okay. Oh. Okay. I got this. I'm ready.
我は行分正隆なり大手もこの行分が
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Where are you going? Where is he going? Ah, that was... Oh, okay. Not good. Please don't hit me. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. That is tough. Okay. That is real tough. Okay. That is okay. He's not letting me get up. What can I do? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, now I see why. I understand. That is insane. Okay. Chef, fucking kill that guy. Don't let his height intimidate you. This is my POV. This is how I went to school every day. Oh my God. I got you, Riz. I got you. Alright, alright. Okay, okay. This looks impossible, right? I don't know how people will beat this. Okay, 3 healing gourd. No, 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 no. Uh-huh. Come here. Okay, I just gotta keep some distance, right? Some distance. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, okay, brother. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh, okay. Run, run! Wait, it's so difficult. Okay. Download his moveset. Okay. I can barely even keep my eyes on him. Curso? Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Parrying is a little bit hard here. Oh god, I would have to take another shot. My stream is now a drinking game. She's beginning to believe. Maybe not. I believe, guys. I believe. A little bit. A little bit. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Can I grapple? No. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Huh. What if I go over here? He doesn't show up, right? Until I go to the center. Is there anything here I could grab? That would probably help me. I'm paying attention, kind of. It's hard to like. I guess like who? What is it? Okay. I'm locking in. I'm locking in, guys. I'm locking in. Okay. Oh my god! Okay, buddy. Is parry the route, the strat here? Oh, okay. I think that is a strat, right? I just gotta like parry the. It's the main strat. It's the main strat. Okay. Okay. That's hard. Okay. The castle's gate remain closed. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Nobody voted for no? Okay. Oh, Phil. 3 healing gourd. Oh wait, how many times did I die? 40? 4-0, the big 4-0. Now Shen wait. Yes sir, yes sir, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Can I go over there first? When you grab on him, attack him while in the air. Okay. Attack him while in the air. Okay, is it a little bit hard to focus and process everything? I'm so like stimulated. So stimulated. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, 3. Oh, missed! I missed up! 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 Give me mercy, please! Oh god. I missed up! I missed up! Okay. Okay, okay. Got this. I got this. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Fight back! Fight back!
Oh. Okay. 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 Thank you for the flames. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the redeem. Shem, what did you attack there? You sleep. I got this. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the. Wait. 41, right? 41. Calm and steady wins the game. Alright. 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 Okay. Okay. You say as you panic 1 minute into the fight. I know I do. It's like I just gotta like zip my mouth, okay? You know, the more I talk, the more I panic. You know? I have to be brain, head empty, Shen. Okay, not a single dot in that brain. Okay. I gotta go on autopilot mode. Okay. Autopilot mode. Logging in? Yes, I'm logging in. attack when you grapple him. Yes, got it. If I could time it right. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh my god, I messed up. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay, let me get up first. Let me get up. He has no mercy. Holy. Okay, you know what? Oh fuck. Oof. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 buddy, okay. Okay, okay. Oh my god. This is worse than the other guy. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, cheese. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god. I love that icon. What the heck is that? Okay. At least in my experience, and I just beat him again in the second playthrough recently. Seems the same to me. Dashan! You'd be really bad doctor. Why did you cut the patient? I missed. Yeah, that's why I'm not a doctor, guys. How are you, cheese? Welcome, welcome. How was your day? Hey Shem, once you take his health, it restores back for his second phase. Okay. Okay. Does it actually? Oh god. I'm suffering. Yeah, I'm suffering. 42. 42 death. It's 42 now. Oh god. I'm focusing. Oh my god. I thought you were like legit telling me the truth. I was like, no way. That's so bad. Oh my god. This is legit though. Oh Jesus Christ. Thank you for the hat pass. Also, welcome in, Toshi. Welcome back. There. Okay. Well, he still has 2 death blows, so technically not. That is true. I don't think I ever like got him to like half health, at least. Okay, I think I just gotta get the parry on time. Okay? The parry on time. Okay. I thought to get this emblem, I have to wake up at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning? Oh my god, jeez. Damn. 2 in the morning? Might as well just stay up. 24-hour stream? Oh. God. The fear on your face? Yeah, I was a little bit scared when you said he restored health. You know, I was like a little bit tempting on giving up. It's insane. Okay, we run it back. Okay. Oh god. Okay, okay. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. You can go do that other place now if you want it. With the bridge. Just that. We'll see, we'll see. We will see. Is Shen not able to beat Sekiro another 50 stats? No! No. I did not agree, okay? I did not agree, okay? Calm and steady. I'm calm and I'm steady. Okay. Everybody, don't panic, okay? Everybody, don't panic. Uh-huh. Oh, I thought I blocked that. Ah, no mercy, bro. Oh god. I hate that he runs away like that. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, okay. I was trying to dodge that. I should have probably hurried. No! Oh, God! Okay. Okay. I understand now. Okay. I understand now. Which one's this? 43? 43. 43. 43. 43. Okay. Should I quick tip? Yes. Are you gonna tell me to grapple and hit him? Oh god. When he does the spin thing, jump and grapple. Okay. Jump and grapple. I figure every time I try to do that, I always get hit either way. So that's why I've been trying to avoid it. Okay. Also, thank you for the blurb. Thank you. Oh god, I'm gonna have to take another shot from the same boss. Okay. Oh. Okay, calm and steady. Calm and steady wins the game. I'm gonna be clenching my jaw, guys. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. Resurrect. This is number 44. How's your stream?
No, why we started there? What the heck? Hey!
Oh god.
Scam!
Welcome in everyone, welcome. Right now I am playing Sekiro for the first time ever. In my very first Souls game. So you're in for a wild ride. Thank you for the head pass, thank you. Is it the saying slow and steady wins the race? Because you can't really be slow here. It is, you know, that is true. Royal flush. One hit away from a death blow. Oh. NT, big NT.
Not the mosquito again. Busing
Oh god. Who has 10k? Nobody has 10k. Stream was great, played Mahjong Soul and constantly got my ass kicked. Ooh, fun. I don't know how to play Mahjong, to be honest. I really want to learn though, but I think the day I play Yakuza is the day I will learn how to play Mahjong. Yeah, but that's great though. That's great.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you, Chaos, for the gifted sub. You have given one to Reaper. Hell yeah, indeed. Yakuza Mahjong unironically slapped though? Yeah, I heard it's like one of the best thing in Yakuza. It's great though. Damn it, I took 600 off? 600 off from the cover? Oh. What do you mean, Shen? I had 9k before this gamba? What do you have now? 0? Oh my goodness. Okay. Which round is this? Like round 10? No, I think this is like my 5th time, right? Round 5? Right? Going against this guy? Or am I like downgrading it? Okay. 6.9k. Yes, 6.9k. Oh my god. You should like totally like noose them, you know? You started at 53? Did I actually? Oh god. 9th time. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Calm and focus wins the game. Okay. This time for sure. Okay, come out. Psst. Come on. Come on. Uh-huh. Where you going? Oh, okay. Okay! That was bad. That was really bad. That was a bad start. Oh! dumb. Okay. Back up, back up, back up, back up! Okay. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. What is that? Oh! Okay, that is new. Okay, that is new. I did not see that. Okay, phase 2. Okay, I'm ready now. Okay. Okay. Phase 2. I'm ready. Oh my god. Are you sure? I am sure. I am sure. So thank you for the blurbs. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I reached phase 2, okay? So that's a good progress, right guys? Good progress. Is it 45? And all it took me was 10 times. 10 turns. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. Please don't hit me, please. Okay. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this, okay? I'm getting the hang of it. Very, very good, very good. Come here. Come here. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Oh. Back up, back up! I feel here. Ah! Bad timing, bad timing. Oh god. Okay. It's fine. It's okay. All good. Part of the plan. Totally. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. That is okay. Oh god. I would like now, Shen, I believe in you. You can beat this horseman's ass. Thank you for the like, thank you. Also, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Have a good rest. Oh god. God, I love this game. By the way, Shen, the skill you gain in this will not translate over to your usual games. I know. I could tell. I could tell. Okay. When he's close to you, he will hit the combo of 3-4 hits. That's what I was actually like. Okay. Okay. Brain empty, no thoughts. Focus. Okay. When the horse rears back, you can get a few hits in, but you usually jump away when it happens. Yeah, because I'm scared. Because I'm scared. I think I'm playing it a little bit too, like, too safe. A little bit too safe. It's okay though. It's okay. Also, you still aren't attacking? I know. I know. It's okay. It's fine. Okay. Timing is bad, okay? Okay. What number is this? Number 11? Lucky number 11. Lucky number 11. Lucky number 11. Okay. Is it? I think it is. Oh, is it? The grapple is a skill unlock? Is that why it's not working for me? Is that why? I thought it was just I have bad timing. No? Okay. Shen game.
大手もこの行部が通さぬ。
Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh. Come over here, come over here, come over here. How do I attack him in the air with a grapple? Oh, fuck. Ah, focus, focus. Don't, why are you running away? Come here, come here. Oh, fuck. Oh my god! No, no resurrect! Did I already lose it? It is a skill? Oh my god, chaos! I blame you. Okay, it's okay. Also, welcome Nick Graham, welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? How are you? How's your day? Okay, okay, playing it this whole time? I thought I was just bad at it. Okay. Got it. You're That is true. Okay. Okay. You know, different setting. Okay. You died 6 times in the tutorial? Okay, you don't gotta keep bringing it up. Okay, buddy. Okay. 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 I got this. I got this. Ice got this. Wait, he's done. He's summoned the horse. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was my bad. Where is he? Oh, back up! Oh god. Okay, phase two. Oh, okay. That was good. Also, welcome in, Fate. Welcome. Welcome in. So thank you for the. Thank you for the sub. Oh my god, a second one? I thought I was done for it, to be honest. Oh god. Where's everything? I lost him. Okay, I'm dead. Okay. I didn't know I got a second one. Okay. I was unprepared for that. Okay. I'm being a sweaty gamer here. Should I look above your health, boy? Oh, is that what that is? Is that what that is? Is that what that is? I didn't know that. I thought it was just there. I mean, I knew it was there for something, but I just didn't know what. The other charges. Okay. Yeah, once you use the first one, after a while, you get the second one. If okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. I got it. Okay. If you get death blow after you revive, the other one get charged. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh! Okay. Where's it? Oh god, what the hell? Okay. What the heck? He's like right behind me. I can't see him. Okay. Also 48? Is this 49? This is 49. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay. So fun. This is the run. This is the run. If you hit 50, go to the other area? No. I am not giving up. I'm not giving up. No. Not yet. God. I'm pretty sure. I got this. I think I can beat him. I think. Oh.
Are you sure?
Oh, bad. He's being so aggressive here. What the hell? Okay. God, he's so aggressive here. Okay, what the hell? Okay. Okay, that was a bad run. Okay. That was a bad run. Bad run. Bad run. Bad run. 50. The result is no. Okay, guys. 5 more times, okay? 5 more times. 5 more, okay? 5 more. Five more. Okay. Changing my sitting posture, you know? Okay. Okay.
我国は行分正隆なり王天の
Hit him. Oh, he's angry. I ruined his speech.
国取り戦の足なしパパ見せてやる
Oh god. Okay. That's fine.
なら三度でも切るまでの
Oh god. Okay. 51. 51. Okay. Man, shit, this is a good way to get people to spend their points on something other than overcovering. You mean gambling? You guys are gambling. Okay.
国は行分正隆なり
Yeah. Go on. Oh, he's mean. Oh god. God. Oh god, okay. Okay, okay. 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 That was good. That was good. Progress. Little at a time. A little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. If we hit right prediction, we can have 10 Uwu covers. Oh god. The next thing you know, should we be doing speedrun of this game? You might be right. You might be right. Okay. Okay. Mash every button, random bullshit, go. Oh god. Okay. Okay, okay. Mm.
我国は行文正隆なり大手も生徒はしぐるわっぱ
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That ruined me. So bad. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so close! So close! Okay. So close. So close. I got greedy. Yeah, I know. Chaos. I got greedy is my last revive. Oh, not my last revive, my last heal. I got super greedy there. Okay. 53, yeah. 53. This is the one. This is the one. Greed. Okay. This is the one. This is the one. Okay. Come on. to kick me, okay? That caught me off guard. Oh my god. Okay. That was close. That was close. That was very close. Very, very close. Okay, 54. Oh god. Okay, okay. This is the one, guys. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh fuck. Oh. That was bad. That was really bad. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. Oh fuck. That's tough. Oh god. Okay. God, Jesus Christ. Damn. Damn. That was a good run, right? That was really good. Oh my goodness. Hi, Shinobu. Welcome in, Fate. Hello, hello. What's up with the sussy tonight? Oh god, it's not even sussy, just suffering. My goodness. Now we hit 55. We're samurai. Oh my god. Damn. You know what? This is a good spot to end. I need a break, guys. I need a break. I need to get my sanity back. Holy. Should I try one more time? One more. Okay, one more, guys. I swear to God. Last one. Yes, one more. Okay, one more. One more, and then I'll probably end my stream there. Okay. One more. Okay. Last one for sure. So thank you for the follow. Thank you. One more. Okay. One more. block that? Okay.
ひとたびでは足らぬ。なら幾度でも切るまでのこと。
I celebrated too early! Oh my god! Let's go! 1 more hour! No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm done. Oh my god. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe lingering in the mind of the wolf. Camille is the sculptor's idol. Okay. God, I love this. Oh god. Okay. Upgrade. And I still got 1 heal left. Wow, guys. Am I a pro or what? Okay, now how do I get back to safety without dying? Oh, I see it. Here. Oh god. So how long will you stream? I am about to end in like 2 more minutes. Wait. 2 more minutes. Okay. Let's travel to the temple first. God. God damn. For real? Good job? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, save it, rest. Oh my god. On the last try, I swear. Shen luck. Shen luck is real. Literally real. Oh, they're both here now.
何をしている
Oh my god. I reached the redemption limit on hydrate? Oh, yeah, because I have it for like 5 per stream. Because everybody keeps spamming it. Back then, it was unlimited until everybody started spamming it and there was like 200 of them. Yep, so now it's 5 per stream.
できることはある
For each person. For each person. We need to spam it until she went through like 2 bottles. Yeah, that was when I used to drink a lot of water. Yeah, they were like waterboarding me. Oh, I don't have any gourd seed. I need to talk to this guy. Oh god, the good days. The good old days.
ちっと忍びらしくなってきたように見える。とっておきな。
Shinobi Esoteric Text? A book of secrets that detail a variety of techniques employed by shinobi. Shinobi grants the ability to learn shinobi style skill. Within this text are the most secrets of the shinobi arts, such as attack performed in the air. Oh, see, now good through air attacks. With the grapple? Is this what Chaos has been telling me this whole entire stream to do? prosthetic arts. Ah, okay. Oh god. Shinobi erotic text. You know? Wait, you can't throw bits at her? Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Not anymore. My bit limit is like, yeah. Not limit. My bit minimum is 100k. Cause I don't need bits, guys. I don't need bits. There's like nothing to gain from it. Okay, compared to like gifted subs, you know, at least somebody gets free ads, you know. Okay. Ouch. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you, thank you. Each enemy defeated provides skill and experience. Skills points are acquired once enough experience is gained, which can be spent to unlock skills. Some skills can also be learned by obtaining items or defeating enemies. Okay. Can I pray? God. Oh, it takes me here. Back here. Okay. I go back. Take me back! Take me back. Take me back. So one stream, she's gonna freak out because she got $1,000. No way. Nobody in the right mind would give me 100k bits. That is insane. Literally insane. Okay, do not do it. I will literally ban you. For your sake, alright? Literally for your sake. Okay, rest again, just in case. Just in case. Okay. Good time to end, right guys? Good time to end. Okay. Good time to end! The 6-hour mark, we made it. Oh god. Watch us! Watch us! Shen Benny the only mod around at this time. You know, that is true. That is true. I have like 4 mods. Nobody shows up. Nobody shows up. Chaos is the only one who like actually shows up. But it's alright, you know? This is like, I don't really do a lot of like mod required things. How he does here there in the beginning? Yeah. The only thing he does is the shout out player. No? Marvel Rivals is Valorant time? No. My brain needs to rest. I think I lost some like sanity here. Like literally, I think I actually got brain damage. Did I learn a skill set? Yeah, how to parry. But then, God, this game made me lost some brain cells. Hello, Reina! Welcome! How are you? How's your day? You came right when I'm about to end. Literally right when I'm about to end. God damn. I don't know, I've been pretty busy with the stream. Is okay, cause it's gambling, alright? Alright. Is there anybody I could raid? Raid. Unless you guys have someone you want me to raid that you guys are gonna watch. Oh wait! Oh, okay, Itoshi is actually streaming right now. Let's raid Itoshi. He's playing a little slice of life story game. So, you guys could join your like. I would go there, say hi to him. And then you can just, what is it? Raid and run? Is that what it's called? Raid and run? Oh, he just started too. Oh god. I'm okay, just got enough, feeling like I wasted my day sleeping. You know, I feel that. That happens to me so many times. Nowadays, I've been waking up early and sleeping early, which is like insane. Like I've been seeing the brightness of the sun for the first time this week, and like I don't know, I feel like a whole new person. But hope your days goes well right now. Hope your days goes well. Hope you have a good morning. Eat lots. Eat breakfast. You know, have some brekkie. Alright, I'll probably bounce after the raid myself. Alright, okay. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for joining. I hope you have a good day, good night, good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for the raid, Lucky. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the follows. I hope you have a good night. Bye-bye, everyone. Pog!